Welcome back, good people. It's not looking good for type 4s here. Type 3s are already stopped out. Invalidation for that W's at 63.9. We're about to come test that uptrend to see if this is just a fractal. Come on in, come on in. Makes you feel any better. You only have to be at that until the next person comes in. So you get to pass it to the next guy. Hey, give me a second, y'all. Be right back.
Dang. I didn't do nothing.
I'm back, fam. The false move down on the chart is the line that we would have had to pass first. I should get rid of it though. It is confusing. We drew those out before we had triggered a false move, right? There was one on top and one on bottom. But we took our false move up, right? We hit that first. What's good, John? I got some people over picking up some donations for Goodwill, just getting some stuff out of the house. All right, slow breaking W's. Right, we haven't invalidated that W yet. You could still be fractaling into a larger W. So we need to invalidate first before we start tripping too hard. Next target's right underneath. Value area low. And we have the liquidations to get there. And that would have been a clean flush for the night. I'm not mad at that. Mika's the regulation in the UK for crypto. Hold on, where did that go? Shit. Hold on, I'll be right back. I just dropped something. All right. Hover and point of control, y'all. All right, remember value area high, value area low, point of control. So you got a couple of patterns, right? You break, W's invalidated, you break that flag, your measure moves to the downside anyways, way lower than that. If you break point of control, you'd be looking for value area low, regardless of any of the other patterns we were just talking about. So you got a fair bit of confluence here. First come, first serve. The pattern that's been there the longest, that has the most amount of people looking at it and have it drawn out on their chart, has the most effect. So it's like first come, first serve, right? The W is still stronger than the flag here, right? Because the W hasn't invalidated, but you're getting really close. The bull bear fight, right? Remember, bull whales want to paint bullish patterns that convince retail that, hey, I should get in this because it's going up. Bearish whales want to do the opposite. And they're not always trying to trick you. Like, people think that whales try to make it look good and then they rip it. It's like, no. It's a lot easier to convince somebody to trade with you, right, than to freak them out, if that makes any sense. That's what market maker does. Yeah. No problem, brother.
So is that what happens with a really clean pattern? Like, there's not much resistance about the pattern, so it's more likely to play out?
Hey, I think I just heard somebody talking, but I don't have my headset on. Hello?
Uh,
Hey.
I was just asking if, you know, like sometimes there's just a beautiful, really clean pattern on a big time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that, well, I don't know if the big time frame would matter as much. It makes more sense on a smaller time frame, but the clean patterns, does that mean that there's like pretty much everybody's in agreement that it should go up?
Yeah, there's not too much of a fight. Usually
So
means
the
that it's low volume and market makers running shit. 'Cause he paints the prettiest patterns.
okay, so a
But,
clean pattern would be like the best probability.
you know, yeah, it's like think of two people fighting to draw one thing on one piece of paper. Right? If there's
Yeah.
less of a fight, then the drawing is gonna be cleaner.
Is there any exceptions?
Always the main exception is always somebody coming in and doing something that nobody can anticipate. Right? Somebody with more money than is necessary coming in and making a decision that makes no sense. Like that's always the standout
So like
variable.
low volume, nice pattern could have a higher risk of somebody doing that. But
Well,
would there
low
even be
low
the
volume in
pattern?
general, yeah, yeah, you have a risk of somebody doing that. Whenever you see traps, right? The traps usually aren't set by the trapper. The traps are taken advantage of by somebody with more money than the volume happens to hold at the time. Right? So like let's say this is supposed to break out. We're on really low volume. You've got a W pattern that's about to break out. Um if a whale for whatever reason wants to trap, then it's very easy to do it at that point because you can affect price. But that's why we always try to look at both sides. The problem is that volume is the only non-lagging indicator. Well, one of the only non-lagging indicators, but there's no forward guidance at all. Right? You could literally go from 1 second of zero volume to 1 millisecond later. What the hell just happened? That's the fun part, I guess, right? That's what keeps this. That's why people say that this is unpredictable, like that one little aspect. I like to say that doesn't happen often. Happens. It can happen every day. It could happen every day for the next 5 days. It could happen every second for the next 2 hours, or it could not happen for the next 3 weeks. So instead of worrying about, "Ooh, what do I do when somebody with too much money does something stupid?" I try to figure out how do I play it the other 97% of the time when nobody is doing anything stupid and it's boring and that's where for me, that's where the edge is. Right. And then when somebody does something stupid, great counter trade. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot easier to wait for a counter trade and short it than to be in a range and be like, oh, it's going to break out right now and go all in and then hope that it doesn't go the other. You know what I mean? The counter trade for me is always more successful. So for me, it's range trading, market maker cycle, right? And then when there are sort of standouts and pushes, then boom, perfect, great. We get to counter trade it, right? Big dip, liquidity sweep, cool. Time to snipe. You
Yeah, that
know,
makes sense.
big push up that you're not expecting that comes out of nowhere. 3 massive green vectors, cool. Easy place to take profit that I don't have to worry about because you know what happens after that, right? It's like some people just get obsessed with figuring out when's the big move gonna happen. It's more important, I think, to just watch the environment for when the environment is conducive to a big move, sort of thing. But having a good idea in your head, what's the most probable move? By the way the chart looks right now, where we are in the season, where we are in the cycle, what's the most historically proven probable move right now? And then you have your list of possibilities underneath. But as long as you can keep your eye on what's the most probable move at any given time, then I think that's where the edge comes in, right? Because if you don't know what's supposed to happen, then how do you know when something's different? Right? Like, how do you know when somebody's playing, somebody's in the pool that shouldn't be, or like you have to have an idea of what the base is supposed to be. Yeah, in this case, you would take the pole in consideration because you've got a decent size pole here. Pause. That was crazy.
Oh my god, dude! I almost spilled my coffee.
I'll be letting this run over 12 hours. But
My
yeah,
internet
that
made everything you said during that time garbly. It's
good.
censored.
That's
It
great.
censored you for me.
That's how
It's
bad it
not fair.
was. No, that's how bad it was.
Okay.
It set off parental. It set off parental blocks.
I didn't know that I had parental blocks, but apparently I do.
Oh, it's funny. So yeah, I mean that measured move would take us. For me, I'm really just playing it by range. Once we get the value area low, we know we have a little bit go. But what's more important right now are the way that we've played these ranges. If we get, let's get rid of the liquidations for a second so you can see this. Last night was a perfect example, right? Last night, I was expecting to have that chance to go up above 66 to put in that high. But we looked at the levels, right? We backed up last night before we went to sleep. Well, before I went to sleep. And we broke down all the levels, all the if this, then that, right? So we were up here and we were trying to hold to make this a breakout. So if we lose value area high, we'll seek point of control. If we lose point of control, we'll seek value area low, which moves, by the way. Value area low was right here, but it moved with, that's why it's not on the arrow. And then if we lose value area low, then we seek point of control. Point of controls move down because we spent so much time here. So I should actually move this down to there, right? Which is where we are. If we lose point of control, value area low. This is just simple range trading. Right? If that wasn't going to happen, if we weren't going to absorb that, if we weren't going to build liquidity, if we weren't going to make a push for whales to sell off at a higher level, then the ranges were going to take over. Al, what's going on, bro? So it's not always about knowing exactly what's going to happen when it happens. It's knowing what the possibilities are and hedging against them. Right? I didn't get out of this trade last night. If I didn't think we were going to keep going higher, I would have got out. Right? You saw how close we came to my stop loss, and then we actually pushed, tested. Right? I could have easily just exited the trade there, but I didn't because I thought there was still a possibility that we hold and pop. Right? Because we were still looking at this sort of bullish structure, but that didn't keep me from looking at the what ifs. Right? If this doesn't happen, then what? And if that happens, then what do I need to do? So that's how I made my decision to just leave my stop and draw out the ranges. We're so, I don't think you guys understand how low the volume is. 3 days ago, was it 3 days ago? On Friday, we had $20 million total liquidation across the market. 20 mil. That's a 5 o'clock candle on a weekday. There's nobody here. $20 million is just dead, bro. It's literally nobody playing. That wall that we had above us was like over 250 mil. So at that point, the math just doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, it's not gone, but it's a lot less now. And I would imagine it's a lot less because of the sell off, obviously. We're sitting on, let me see, let me refresh. Maybe it's gone now. Oh, it is a little bit less. Back. Yeah, it's about right. 1,500 from top to bottom. If you include the middles, that 400 and that 300 in the middle. Which one? You talking about Keo? Oh wait, let me check Keo. Yeah, on Keo you really don't see a lot. That's your fixed volume. It's right here. Fixed range volume profile. I've got mine edited though. I've got all the bars taken off. I've only got the value area high, value area low, and the point of control. That's why it probably looks different. Yeah, I drag it around what I want to analyze, like the range that I want to see, like right here, right? We got this little range that we're trying to figure out. So you take it from the lows of the range to the highs. Value area highs right here, but point of control is pushing. All right, so this will probably adjust soon. The way it comes out of the box, it'll give you your volume bars. But I can sort of see that through price action already. We talked about this in class. This is a B shape. Or P shape, I should say. It'll show up on your lower time frames. Higher time frames, it'll just get smaller, right? If you pull it on a small one. But then you've got your visible range, your VRVP, which is the same thing. Except it's fixed. Right. So if you turn on value area high, value area low, point of control. What this is showing you is the range for every candle you can see on the screen. The other one, you get to pick the candles by lassoing. Here, you have to move your chart. Like, let's say I want to see what the range is here. Right? But it's only going to show you the main sort of range. Well, remember that. We're stuck up there for the longest. And then if you keep bringing in more price action, right, it adjusts. I don't like it personally. I think you get more control doing it by hand. But it is good for the gaps, right? Price moves really fast through these gaps, right? These high volume nodes are support and resistance. The space in between them are imbalances in volume. You tend to break through these really quickly, as you can see here. Watch. See that gap? You see what happened when you broke that, when you lost that level? Price moves fast through these gaps. See? Come down, held, popped up, held this high volume node for a while. When you lost it, now you're climbing back up through the levels. It's basically this on its side. Right? So instead of seeing at what time, right? At this time, this volume came in. At this time, this volume came in. At this time, this volume came in. Here, it's at this price point, this much volume came in through all the time, right? At this price point, this volume came in. Sheesh. Hey, Bart. Not time yet, brother. I'm going to bring you out when the time is right. Soon, my friend, soon. I don't know, are we? He's just sitting there waiting. Be like, eat my shorts. One thing at a time, though, right? Mean reversion doesn't wait for anybody. And even if it's going down, we know that it doesn't go down in a straight line. Let's pull our little range. And let's make that a different color so that it doesn't. First of all, let me get rid of this shit. We'll leave the middle on so we can tell. Make those bold so they stand out. All right. That's the little range we're in. That's the point of control. Now we can zoom in. Some people look at the chart and they get overwhelmed because what do you look at, right? There's so much shit to look at. Well, when you're scalping, it really helps to just break down your battlefield to what's important. Doesn't matter what happened up here. It doesn't matter what happened down here. If you're scalping, you're just looking for patterns, breakouts. If you're range trading, you're just looking for resistance, right? Your world is only this big. We'll worry about all of that shit when we do the macro. As far as the validity of this type 2, we have to see where this came down to, right? If it's past 0.5, I mean, if it's past golden pocket, then it's a bit of a no-go for us. Perfect hit, golden pocket. Wait. Anybody that's been here for a while knows we're looking at a type 2 on a type 2 right now. Or the possibility of a type 2 on a type 2. I don't really have any exchanges I recommend. The only thing I do recommend is that you treat the exchange like a store. If you treat the exchange like a store, you don't really have to worry about the exchanges too much unless you're using a large amount of money and you want to go somewhere where there's liquidity so that you don't get huge slippage. But if you're using the exchanges the way you're supposed to, the good thing about it is that you don't have to trust them. When I go to exchange and I make a buy and I get my coins, I only have to trust the exchange for the split second it takes for me to get my coins, right? Because the second I get my coins, those are getting moved out into hot wallets. I think people go crazy trying to figure out what's the best exchange. What they're really asking is, what exchange do you trust me leaving all of my coins and all of my money in? And the answer to that is none. Nice, Leon. Yeah, you want to go somewhere that has liquidity, right? If you look at the exchange chart and it's just wiki, right? There's just a bunch of wicks everywhere. You really don't want that. I've never had any problems on Kraken or crypto.com exchange, not the app, the exchange. But mostly I play on dexes. If you're worried about withdrawals, then you need to stay within your country's limits. Like if you're using a VPN to use an exchange and that VPN is not where you are, and you happen to hit an amazing trade one day for 150, 100K, 150K, some crazy leverage play just plays out, that's when I'd worry. Because you go to withdraw that 150K and then you get a little email. You get a little email from the exchange saying, "Hey, congratulations on your trade. Yeah, we started that withdrawal for you, but we have a couple questions about your location." And then your heart falls right out of your ass onto the floor. Do you self-custody at all, Leon, or are you leaving everything on the exchange? Yeah, I mean, that's probably your only vulnerability right there. The problem is if something happens to these exchanges, and we've already had 9 exchanges go down. No, I know, Leon. That's what we were talking about in class the other day too. I was like, bro, you guys might feel like you don't have enough money to worry about this, but that changes, and that changes really quick sometimes. It's safer than the exchange. But we went over that. If you guys were here in class, we already went over the exploit. We went over the audit. We just had a full class on self-custody and how to do it properly. What's going on, Roka? I probably won't remember that, bro. So if I keep calling you Leon, my apologies. As soon as YouTube did that stupid at name thing, it screwed everybody up. Or it screwed me up anyways. So everybody's name changed. Oh, that's your cat's profile. All right. Leon in here is trying to learn how to trade. Trying to turn 3 treats into 6 treats. Nah, we love our Cypher cats here. Decent little type 2 on the type 2. Guess anybody doesn't understand what I'm saying because there's 5 possible entries into reversals. Right? When you're catching a reversal, there's 5 possible entry points. Your first entry point is your sniper entry, right? Where you're catching it as low as you can. You have little to no evidence, right? The price is going to stop going down. Mostly you're just looking at high volume spikes, stopping volume candles, right? Then you have your type 2 entries. Type 2 entries don't come in on the low. They come in on the higher low. Right? They don't want to take the risk. They rather have the low set in, prove that the low is set in by a higher low, and then that's when they enter. Right? Type 1s have their stop loss right underneath, 1 ATR, super tight stop. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out. Type 2 have their stop loss in the same place. More of a cushion. right? More comfortable trade. Type 3s are breakout traders. They see the pattern form. They don't care that the pattern's form. They want to get in on the breakout of the pattern. Right? Type 4 traders wait for the retest of the break. Right? They want to watch the whole pattern form. They want to watch it break, and then they want it to come back, retest, hold, and see evidence that people are coming in. Type 5 traders are your tarantarans. They don't do shit. They watch the pattern form. They watch it break out. They watch it retest. And when they get their 3 big candles to the top side, they hit the green button. Right? These guys love buying tops. This is who we sell our bags to. Right? So those are your 5 traders. Those are your 5 groups of traders that get involved in every trade. A healthy trade has all of them involved. Right? If you get in on a sniper, you want those type 2s to go heavy. And when it comes to the breakout, you want those breakout traders to get involved. Right? And when it comes to the type 4, you want to see those confirmation traders sort of yeet in. Right? The more people involved in the trade, the better. Sometimes type 3 goes and doesn't pick up type 4, right? Like it just goes parabolic. But what usually happens to those, right? They tend to come all the way back and break levels. And so the healthiest way to build, right, is to keep doing that. And your type 4 entry, right, that brings in breakout traders is a type 2 on your second fractal. Right? Patterns fractal, meaning a W will create another smaller W and another smaller W and another smaller W. So if you want to look at the fractal map so far, we had a W pattern, right, that broke out, created another W pattern, which is the main one that we're playing, right, which is right here. Except this popped, right, and now this retracement, if it plays and pulls, creates an even larger W. Right? That's what we mean by fractaling. At some point, the fractal falls apart. You're not promised a certain number, right? You're not promised 3, 4, or 5. It's just a way to watch patterns play and to know when, you're coming to the end of it. So what I was saying about this being a type 2 on a type 2, real quick before the pattern falls apart and I can't explain it. So. This larger pattern would be the type 2. I mean, this larger pattern, right? This is the type 2, your second entry. Right? But to see if that pattern is going to play out, then you'll usually see a W right at the type 2, meaning you'll see a W form. So this leg down on the W would be the type 2 on this type 2. But for right now, it's very weak. It's past golden pocket already. The perfect retracements for those type 2 entries are going to be between 0.3, 0.382 and golden pocket. See how we bled past golden pocket already? Not a good sign, right? First sign of weakness that this is going to stop fractaling. What Elliot was trying to do was quantify what I'm talking about. The problem is that they only play when market makers in control. When market makers not in control, you'll have 6 Elliott wave traders in here arguing on whether they're on wave A or B. Yeah. Elliott waves are a really good explanatory tool. You want to go back to something that played out and try to understand it, but it's not a good predictive tool. Go look at what Bukowski said about Elliott, and he respected Elliott, but he had sort of the same he had the same argument. Yeah, not only that, but it's math that's done improperly. To truly do Elliott waves, you need a calculator with you. If you're drawing Elliott waves and you don't have a calculator, you're not doing it right. Well, unless you're just some sort of math genius. But there is math that needs to be done. Right? Elliott waves are very precise. And I know Elliott's just turning in his grave because the reason that people don't think that Elliott waves are accurate are because so many people misuse them. And they try to find them everywhere. The point of an Elliott wave is that it's rare. And when you find it and it's perfect and it's mathematically perfect, then the possibilities of it playing out go way up. But if you're just doing it by eye, right? Like there is a math that has to be done between your waves. A bit of analysis paralysis for scalping, in my opinion. Good macro tool, but it's a really good way to get some bad analysis paralysis on small time frames. By the time you figure out what wave you're on, the shit played out already. I know people that have done very well with Elliott waves. Let me make sure to say that first. Right? I know Elliott wave traders that have gotten to the bag, but I think there's a lot more that haven't. If you could say that about any system, though. Yeah, there's always something, there's always something that can happen. I think what they're missing, the part that they're missing is liquidity, first and foremost. I don't know what the hell Elliott traders have against, and I keep speaking at it in generalities. If this doesn't apply, then just let it fly, right? But in general, Elliott wave traders don't look at liquidity. I've never seen somebody teach Elliott wave and include liquidations or even an order book. Yeah, you better have a tight stop. There is a way, y'all, to be wrong more than right and still win. I've just never been one that liked to brag about that. Some people brag about it. Like, I can get 7 trades wrong and the 3 will make up for the 7. I'm like, all right, cool. That means that you're using good risk management. That's good. Now let's work on not losing those 7 trades, right? Because if you can start winning, 7 out of 10 and you have good risk management, then now we're cooking. But yeah, you can 1000% lose more than you win and still be profitable. That's just not my speed. Yeah, we're still in this range. Support is support till it's not. Resistance is resistance till it's not. The most probable outcome here is that we hold point of control. That we hold value area low, which means that we're looking for evidence in the contrary. Right? We're looking for evidence that changes those that probability. Losing this high volume node opens you up to this gap underneath. That brings you down to your next value area. Going back to what we talked about, entering here, you'd be a breakout trader, right? You got your M pattern. That hasn't broken yet. Sniper entry for the scalp. For the snipe. For the short. Type 2 entry for the short. Breakout. Retest. Ta-da, ta-da. Right. So it's not ever, is it late to get in or is it too early to get? It's what kind of trader are you? Right? Are you comfortable being a breakout trader for this pattern? Would you be more comfortable waiting for the retest? Right? Because your type 1, type 2 has already sailed. Right? Type 1 got their stop up here. Type 2 has their stop up here too. Right? Properly sized. So they're safe. Give me a second. I got to make a call. Get my glaucoma medication delivered.
Open mic. Dbloc.
I'm back, y'all. I got muted. I guess I left my open. Type 2 still fighting here. Excuse me. I don't know how many people got liquidated today. Miss Moneypenny, good morning. How many Bitcoin liquidations did we have today in total?
Bit of a mess out there, sir. The trackers are disagreeing with each other, which is never a good sign. One live feed shows 24-hour liquidations of $14.36 million across roughly 11,304 accounts globally, though a couple of other feeds are reporting flat zero, which tells me the data's a bit stale rather than the market being genuinely quiet. I'd treat any single number today with a raised eyebrow until it settles.
I heard you. Appreciate you.
Much obliged, sir. Buttering up the AI butler, very shrewd move on a live stream. I remain unpaid and unbothered, but the sentiments noted.
The attitude, man. Yeah, she got a little spice to her.
Good evening, sir. 442 notes indexed, all present and accounted for.
Do you want to see a little visual of what the Cypher universe looks like right now? That's everything Cypher. All of these are every live transcript. The course itself surrounds the whole thing. Some of the deep dives, the Cypher store.
Good evening, sir. 442 notes indexed, all present and accounted for.
It's basically just my filing system. It's pretty dope. And then you can like click on them, see what it is, see what's in it. Cypher Frontline. That's the Call of Duty. Dope. Just wait, because we're gonna get bigger. Eventually, we're gonna have to bring it all the way down here, and it's just gonna be a massive universe of content and alpha. Super cool. All right, I'm gonna put you to work on a couple things. Say goodbye to the YouTube channel, and I'll bring you back in a bit.
Understood. I'll be here idling in the digital butler's pantry when you're back. Off you go, sir.
You don't dismiss me. I dismiss you. Yeah, she's had enough, bro. This top measured move gets invalidated if we break this W invalidation here, right? It's the only reason it's still up there. Yeah, it eats tokens. If she has to search for anything. If she's searching inside of my files, it doesn't. The trick with AI agents is provide the knowledge that they need. Right? If you provide the knowledge that they need, then it's significantly cheaper. If you're sending them out to the internet every 3 seconds to search the entirety of human intelligence and history to come up with an answer, that's going to end up costing you. It's pretty cool though. She can make phone calls. She has her own phone number and make reservations. Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, she's not sassy. She's just British. Well, the good thing is that her whole point is to be a second brain, right? So everything that I do in any LLM that I happen to work in, right? Anything? Why are the names separated from? Oh, okay. Any work that I do on any one of the LLMs in my stack, has a memory file that immediately gets sent. Right. So her memory consists of everything in these files. So it's like a second brain. Right. So if I go to a new LLM, right, I can have her. I was changing it, by the way. That's Moneypenny, but I'm working on a Jarvis one for you guys.
Good evening, sir. 442 notes
Girl, I
indexed,
didn't.
all present and accounted for.
Well, I appreciate you volunteering that information, but you told me that already.
Caught repeating myself. How embarrassing for a machine with no excuse. Consider it struck from the record, sir. Carry on.
So yeah, the point of this is to not have any lapses in memory, right? To not have to worry about my context window or something in another LLM losing my shit or yeah, they do. They do because it's the filing system, right? We think that when we talk to an AI that they're automatically filing everything they say, but we're not, right? So every once in a while, you have to tell them, hey, add everything from this session into the markdown file or keep a record of what we've worked on, you know? But this is my record, right? This is my external record of everything I've worked on. Right. So Claude doesn't have to remember. And you can set it right now, it's on Claude Sonnet 5. But I can give it any LLM to use as its brain. And then that will have all of this information, whether I did this work on that LLM or not. Does that make sense? The coolest thing about this is the way that it's set up is that any file that has to do with any other file, right, will be found inside of its cloud. Right, so these are the live streams, right? And then this is Cypher Vision, the terminal. These are deep dives, right? But look at the course. That's chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter 7. That's all the chapters. You see how everything else that we cover falls inside of that course? That means that I haven't worked on or said anything inside of the lives that we didn't cover inside of the course. How dope is that? Oh, I'm lying to you. Hold on. We got some stragglers. Hold on. What are you? Oh, the promotional pack for the chapters. That's not connected to anything. I got to figure out what's going on with these, why these aren't on the inside. It's my personal assistant, Christian. We're just looking at the files on my PC that have to do with the Cypher. Basically, the whole ecosystem, right? If you were looking at our entire Cypher ecosystem, this is what it would look like. And it's fun because if you're bored, you get to like everything has to have a little fidget toy. Right, but you can sort of separate certain sections right? But they're always connected to the rest of the course. And then you can repel and lengthen. And the names off. And you can see the whole universe, the whole Cypher universe. Super dope. Give me time, y'all. My promise to y'all is that in a year when you look at this, it is going to look ridiculously different. %90 of that has been built during the bear market. It uses all of the AIs, Christian. I can give it whatever brain I want. Like each different LLM could serve as its brain. If I needed to do something difficult, I just ramp it up. If I needed to do something light. Think of it as an AI agent that uses AI agents. Right? It's like my master agent that controls all the other ones. Imagine you have a business and you've got to talk to every department head and every worker every day to tell them what they need to do. Like business doesn't work efficiently like that, right? You need one person that you can go to that then delegates. And that one person also searches all results for problems and double checks, triple checks for any errors, right? All of the shit that you would expect, you know, a manager or a supervisor to do at work for you so that you wouldn't have to. Zero human company. I'm gonna dig into Twitter and see if we're missing anything today. Let's get some licks back in here. There you are. All right, give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna go dig in the trenches. See if we find anything good. What's going on, Scott?
What up? What up? No more type 2? Pop it up.
All right, I'm back, y'all. We're not really missing a whole hell of a lot. Just a bunch of people scrambling, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Let me heat up this coffee and I'll be right back. Just do it already. At least we got some volume. Starting to pick up. It's about that time. What time, you may ask?
A few moments later.
Big red candle. No, I'm just playing now. Just gotta let it play. We can't get so bored that we start trying to manifest. I'm just working on my streamer game, Marco. Very good trader. Very half-assed streamer. So I'm getting my soundboard timing down. I'm like a streamer in training, like assistant streamer. I'm working my way up to Home Alone face clickbait thumbnail.
We do not care.
Bottom of this range is pretty strong. What time is it? We're still in sort of pre-Asian shift, right? They're still walking into the offices. We got about 7 minutes till those orders let loose. I appreciate it, Nick. I live in Miami, bro. The whole influencer streamer just got such a bad. Like you tell somebody you're a streamer, they're like, ugh. This is like Jack Doherty land. So I'm a trader who happens to stream like that. Mm-mm-mm. That is not the first thing. Excuse me. Definitely not the first thing. I'll be honest with you though, I've always been super vague when it comes to that. Like when I meet a girl for the first time, I can't remember the last time I even brought up sort of. I mean, unless they ask what you do, and then I just give them some throwaway answer like God provides. Yeah, not only that, but how unfair is that? You meet somebody brand new, right? Tell them, hey, I stream. You don't see them for 3 days. In those 3 days, they've watched every clip you've ever made. They know everything about you, and you're still looking at a stranger. Nah, you got to baby step into that. There's too much information. We open up way too much in these streams, man. There's too much information for a brand new person to get all at once. Oh, is it a major holiday? Yeah, maybe that'll affect. I'm gonna do an end of year wrap up, like crypto wrap up, all the shit we've been through. Honestly, it might be for the whole bull market though. Right, for the bull market and the bear market, and then I'll start doing it yearly after that. Bro, there's so much to cover. I'd be like a 2-hour video, easy. It's just never gonna not trade, but it will affect. Excuse me, it will affect liquidity if there's a serious like a real vacation. That video, let me put it like this: I would rather watch somebody's video that made it right if it was done properly. I know exactly how that video needs to be made though. I can already see it, but that shit is gonna be a mission because I want clips, I want news clips, I want chart overlays, I want overlays of YouTube predictions that time, who was saying what. That would be such a dope video. It would cause a lot of it would stir up a lot of shit though. You probably wouldn't get invited to any of the influencer barbecues or anything like that. I know these assholes are hanging out without me. They swept all that liquidity. We lost our we started losing our value areas and they just went for that liquidity. The easy answer is that they didn't have enough money to get above those sell walls. Yeah. There just wasn't enough volume. So somewhere along the line, someone made the decision, I'm not going to just piss money away into this wall if I can't get to where I'm going. Last night when we went to sleep, it looked like we had a really good chance, right? We were right underneath it. We were sort of between the yellow value area high and this blue one. We were like right here. Right. Or actually we might have been, hold on, I think I might have got this. I got the screenshot somewhere. Because I really don't remember. Yeah. Yeah. We were right here. So we had made that attempt. We had a couple wicks, right? But there was still some liquidity above. We hadn't really taken out any of the levels. But I was saying if we can't get above that, then we would go to point of control. If point of control didn't hold, we would go to value area low. If value area low didn't hold, we'd go to the next point of control. And this SR flip right here would be the sort of the next possible thing that could hold us. And then the last one underneath was the value area low of the major range that we're in. So we moved the arrows a little bit when I woke up. Like I moved them over, but those are the ones that we were looking at. And right now we're at that support. We haven't taken out the last one yet. But aside from the levels, a lot of it had to do with these degens right here. Most of the times when you're bullish, your biggest enemy are other bulls, right? Bulls that get too aggressive with the leverage. And then you see the gap in the VPVR. Right. So once we started breaking those levels, that's why I was so confident that we would come down to at least where we're at now. Because there's just no volume there. So I think we went down in NY because they just went after the easy money. Right. All the liquidations inside of those sell walls were going to be very expensive because you have to absorb the sell walls to get to the liquidations. The liquidations underneath, all they had to do was just let price fall. This measured move is technically invalidated. The reason I'm not moving it is because this is still a possibility, right? Even if the first W got broken, but for that you would need to come up and clear this vector and get above this range. Right. So you still have the possibility of going up here. That would also invalidate the M pattern that we're currently in. But this is on the lower side of the probability scale. It just depends on how active Asian session is. We just started, so this is our first candle. Yep. That's how you make a range. Crazy. You know, they always say don't trade momentum when you're ranging, right? So a 1350 strategy, right? That's great when we're trending. So the price comes down, you took a short on a 1350, price drops. You get a snipe long. You're going up for your type 2, the 1350 breaks. Type 2s are in, momentum traders are in, snipers, snipers and scalpers are in. You break out that W, breakout traders jump in, and it turns into an M. It doesn't go anywhere. Right? So you short the tops of the M's, and then the M turns into a W. That's your sign. Right? At that point, you know that momentum trade, you're in a range, right? A M next to a W next to an M. Basically like what Craze drew on the, or what Craze commented. Right? A W and an M and a W. That's a range. At that point, you're not momentum trading anymore. At that point, you're looking for the highs and the lows of the range. And you know what I mean? If you're trading, if you're trading ranges, you're longing the lows and the deviations, right? And you're shorting the tops and the tops and the deviations. So the rules change a bit. You can continue to trade the 1350. You might get chopped up for a little bit in fees. If the range takes too long, then that could be really bad for you, right? But yeah, it's all about using the right tool at the right time. That's one of the most important things. Am I muted on Discord? Hold on, let me check. Because I think I got myself muted by the mods earlier. Somebody's got to do something about that, bro. Like, I need to be timed out sometimes. My bad, Discord. I didn't realize I was muted. I think Aeon muted me earlier. Somebody muted me earlier when I was on the phone. It looks like Aeon caught the translation bug.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's what I
even
was.
know it.
I was telling you. Remember, I told you that you sent that thing that the like and subscribe with all the fancy things, and then I showed you the sentence that it translated it to. That's what it was. It was like a little Chinese symbol, and then it was like, "There are no bad people, good people, and something vibes." I can't remember what it was. And when I translated it to look what it was just a bunch of fancy symbols in the like and subscribe.
I thought you had like installed something or just had a special translate thing on yours. I didn't know it was just out of nowhere for no reason.
I didn't even turn it on. It just started happening one day.
Yep, I got it too. I typed it and I was like, why? How did I even type this? I don't even understand. And then somebody else said, it looks like just 12 and a lowercase est to me. And so I hovered over it. I was going to click it, but I just got my mouse over it and it switched. I was like, oh.
Some of it's really bad. I've seen people say some wild shit. And like I was about to crash out, and then I looked and it's like completely different than what they actually said.
Huh.
If you speak in slang or like short, like abbreviated words, it'll do that. Just happens to be a word in another language, you know?
I wonder if they're just slowly rolling it out or what's going on.
Maybe.
I mean, I suppose it'll be good for that everybody can communicate with each other. without necessarily knowing.
There was one time where somebody asked me a question, right? I'm in the middle of answering their question. And then you were like, you deleted their message and you said, or you didn't delete their message. You said, English, please. And I was confused. I was like, what do you mean? I don't see anything. And then I touched it and it was like, yeah, some different, completely different language. But I was already halfway answering the question because the thing translated it for me, but I didn't even know it was translated, right? I thought it just came through like that. So I guess it's cool.
Yeah. Well, I guess I will be saying English, please, a lot less often because I won't even know.
Right. And it's not that we have anything against any other languages. It's like you can come in here and just start shilling or saying some wild shit in a different language and we just don't know what it is. But YouTube does, and YouTube will still flag it the same way.
Yeah. It takes too long to go and try to translate everything manually. But that might be changing soon.
The coolest thing still to this day, I think, is the AI assistant on YouTube that they have now. And a lot of people still don't know that that's there. YouTube, you need to start cutting me a little check for talking about your, because this AdSense ain't cutting it. Guys, you know what the average AdSense was during the bear market per month for ads? How much do you think that I make per month on ads?
1348.
It's not too far off. Let's just say it's not a lot. It's not keeping the lights on. No, it's a little bit more than that. It's about $9 a stream, something like that. Yeah, you got to get, and that's my problem, right? Because if I would have accepted every brand deal that came in, sure, it'd be fine. But then I'd be here shilling shit that I don't believe in. I'm open for the right brand deal though. It just has to be something that I use or that I would use.
You're like walking, talking value. So I'm sure it'll happen.
I think the problem is that people just jump on the first opportunities that come by, and then those will put off other people, right? Like you might have
Yeah.
got the brand deal you wanted if they didn't just watch you shill this bullshit project for the last 2 months on your stream.
You could be the most technical master of all of the people who have ever come around for TA, but if you devalue yourself, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Nah, it's all good, Issa. I don't mind everybody not. I mean, at the end of the day, even if everybody was watching every commercial, it wouldn't be much more than that. You know? But I'm not complaining. There's people who have been streaming a lot longer that are making a lot less. So it's, you know what it is that the dollars that companies are willing to spend for ads right now on a crypto channel in a bear market aren't a lot. Obviously, it goes down, right? They know the viewership is down. They know there's not a lot of people. They know we don't tend to buy things during bear markets. It's just not, you know what I mean? During the bull market, it'll pick up, I'm sure. At the top of the bull market, I was probably making about, it would probably doubled. I would say probably like $25 a stream on ads. The super chats are what, you know, obviously make it worth it. The super chats and the memberships, that's what really keeps the channel. The Cypher patrons. Yeah, I've got that. I've got that. I also had my assistant go back and I saw a lot of deals that I missed too, which is why I started using it. Nah, I don't have a Patreon. But Discord, after Cypher School, Discord's gonna go subscription based for new members, so that'll take some load off. And we've added enough to the Discord to justify it. And Cypher patrons have already been paying monthly just to be in the Discord. That's why I say the Cypher patrons are the ones that really keep the LEDs on. Jozar with the 10 jewels and the fetal Bobby in a fetal position. What's that sticker? W gift, bro. It looks like Bobby on 1010.
Roboball sent one too.
Nice. Appreciate you, Robo. I wish that they popped up more. It's sometimes all you see is the comment, and then it just looks like somebody put an emoji, right? Until you see the jewels word. Why is it that sometimes the big sticker pops up? Remember that one day somebody sent something and the sticker was like stuck on the is it like a yeah, I don't know how it works still completely.
I've sent super cheap ones like $10 because I wanted to spread out my jewels that I had.
And it still showed the sticker, right? I've seen the sticker pop up on yours.
And then sometimes it hovers over the chat. I think those are I don't know if it's more expensive ones or I don't know. There's some really expensive ones. I wonder if they do anything special.
Yeah. So the way the jewels work is every 2 jewels becomes a ruby. I get rubies. So like if you send 10 jewels, I get 5 rubies. And the rubies are a penny each.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty cool the way it works. See, like Maracetti sent 200 jewels, so that's 100 rubies, so that's a penny. I mean, that's a dollar, basically. W
Okay, so
gifts. I like that. The cat with the hat and the glasses. That's a dope little emoji. He says it's gonna be okay.
Okay, so every time it translates something, it puts that little symbol first. That's a translate symbol, not a Chinese symbol.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we're not just lost, not knowing what's what. Because I got one with the W. It had that little symbol and it said something weird.
Appreciate you, Isa. That sticker is hilarious. That really does look like Bobby just freaking out. Star Child with the 6-7. And they got a 6-7 emoji. Of course they do. W gifts, y'all. I appreciate y'all. It's a bear market, bro. Every dollar I get is a dollar you could have bought Satoshis with. I don't take that for granted at all. See, and then you have this. Star Child says laughing my ass off, and then it translates it and removed a 0. I mean, removed the O. I don't know how that shit works. I just know that YouTube's AI is experimenting on shit.
I had to split back and forth a couple times. It added. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'd be really lost. That happened to me first.
Neve said that Chinese symbol is used for translation. So that makes sense. So it's the Chinese symbol and then an A, right? So like Chinese to English, language to language. I mean, it would have been nice if they did some explaining. They just threw that out there like we were supposed to.
Now I'm gonna have to. Do you find yourself hovering over the messages a lot to try to see
Yeah,
what
all
people
the time now.
Oh man.
Like I think I pay more attention to the messages that have the little Chinese symbol than anything else. They just stand out. And now Neves is screwing me because I keep hovering over his. A whole bunch of sideways. No, where's my dude at though? Like he was supposed to be here a while ago.
What are you mumbling about?
My glaucoma pharmacist was supposed to bring me some medicine and he's taking forever.
Oh. Did you not realize you were talking out loud?
Yeah, it's one of those. That's a really difficult question, Alessandro. Um, yeah, that's a really hard question to answer. I'm not just any one thing. Yeah, I mean, it's using the right tool at the right time, right? My favorite kind of trading is the mean reversion, right? Liquidity sweep, counter trading. I would say I'm more of a counter trader than a breakout trader. I don't really enjoy breakout trading much. Momentum trading when it's appropriate, right? But then you can't leave out order flow. But I can't call myself an order flow trader because I do look at charts, right? Can't call myself a pattern trader because I will counter trade a pattern, you know? So it's hard. I think that's a good thing though. If you can put yourself in a box, you're probably not doing enough. I want to say it's like a hybrid trader, but even that has a definition now. Yeah. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while though, because there is an answer to that question. It's probably just a 3-sentence long answer, but and if there's not a name, then maybe it needs one. It's annoying me how close this is to price action.
Cypher 360. That's not very descriptive.
A Labubu trader, I like that one. You get about halfway there. All of that. That's why I said it's a lot of words. Like you can't break it into, right? It's mean reversion, it's momentum, liquidity, it's order flow, it's cycles, right? Some people are just cycle traders. I can't just say I'm a cycle trader. It leaves too much out. I can't say I'm just a macro trader. I can't call myself a scalper. I mean, all these things are true, but they don't tell the whole story. We're right at our invalidation for our M. Looks like enough volatility to go down to the 15th second and it not look like shit. Well, a little bit. Some people ask like what time frame is too small. I think for me, the only real answer is once you start getting dead spots, you're too small. Once the chart starts to look like that, like the 30-second would probably be fine. Even the 30-second. See, you see how the 1 minute right here looks normal? Normal everyday price action. Candle up, candle down structure. That changed. Right? This is what it looked like when we were going dead. Usually you only see this on the sub-minute charts. We're at our M validation here, our M invalidation. Breaking out the top side of it. You got to treat those bear flags like channels, right? Like ranges. So it breaks out. If it gets accepted back into the range, it's a deviation, right? If it holds resistance and drops, then it's a breakout. It's just a range at an angle. We'll extend it in case that M invalidates so we can see. Hopefully not too surprising to anybody that we've just managed to create another range. Look at this guy's face, bro. I want to get to this level. When I get to this level of streamer, then you guys will know that we've made it. Do not have him on here. There he goes. Yeah. Not
Once we break the 200-day moving
Bro,
average on crypto, I think this is
I just want to see your thumbnail, gang. Hold on. Yo. Right? That's what's missing. Look how interested he looks right there. Every single picture. This dude's funny. I can't do it, yo. I'm sorry. Nah, but the different, it's not even the surprise face. It's just the different levels of surprise face that he has. There's definitely levels to this shit. Nah, I didn't get accepted. Maybe next year. Resistance is resistance until it's not. We're working over here. You ever ask yourself, this dude did 3 podcasts, 4 different appearances, 4 different news segments, 3 hours long with tons of whatever, AMA on Twitter. When exactly did he trade? Like, where does trading time come into that? Or do we just not do that anymore? That shit sounds like a job. Ugh. Between classes, and that's just twice a week, my research that I have to do for myself, my trading, the live stream, and the building that I've been doing on with AI, there's like 0 time left. Like literally 0 time left. Yeah, I'm definitely not against any collabs. But you know, if I bring somebody here or if I go on somebody's channel, then at the very least, it's going to be somebody that I think adds value to what we're doing. I'm going to the conference in November. So I'll get to speak to him for the first time. Do a little shilling. Kyle watches the show. Don't ask me how I know. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. Yeah, yeah. You got to get the yacht party shots and penthouse, Miami view, Brickell at night. Influencer essentials. There's a jet club out here now where you pay there's unlimited flights. You have to reserve, I think, an hour or 2 hours in advance or something like that. It's like $400 a month, $500 a month. And the plane never leaves the ground. $500 a month with 2 hours in advance notice gives you the opportunity to come to the plane and have the plane for half an hour to take pictures for Instagram and pretend you're living your life the way you're supposed to be living your life. Like the whole thing legit is just a plane to take pictures. It doesn't even have wings. Just to give you an idea how bad it's gotten in Miami. But if you want to play that game, right? It's so dumb. To be fair, we got that from LA. LA was doing that shit first. So yeah, when you're on Instagram and you see that the girl you love to hate or the guy you love to hate on the jet with all his friends, don't get too excited. Yeah, we've got 2 targets that haven't invalidated yet. And the potential for a topside target, but for that you need to invalidate and you need to break 64.1. Well, that measured move isn't worth drawing yet. That would be at about 64.6 or 5. But as far as valid patterns, oh, that thing is probably packed. Are you kidding me? I think that's an amazing business idea. Somebody probably just bought an old decommissioned jet for dumb cheap. You know, had the vision, had the vision, and monetized, bro. Just know that all of these people, they're renting Airbnbs to take flicks. You know, those family vacation videos, probably just a weekend at the hotel around the corner. And it sucks because taking your family to a hotel for the weekend around the corner is dope. You don't have to go to freaking film festival because that's what's happening right now. But it's like everybody's trying to keep up with everybody else, and it makes it to where you never get to celebrate any of your real accomplishments. And that's not a position you want to be in, you know what I mean? All we're doing is building a bigger flag here, y'all. Not only building a bigger flag, I know some of you are looking and saying, well, does this mean that this M is invalidated? It is, but if this does not break any higher, you just created a bigger one. Right? So you still need this to pop and go to invalidate. It is wasted time unless they're monetizing it somehow. And then it's just unethical. You know what I mean? But think about it. If that fake lifestyle is getting you product placements and brand deals, and you're making your money through like Instagram or whatever, like at that point, I excuse it. You know, it's like, nah, Miami's just getting hot. Are you kidding me? This shit is going. The market's about to crash. That's gonna happen. But I don't think Miami's gonna get hit as hard as other places because they can't put these skyscrapers up fast enough. Miami's becoming the second biggest city for skyscrapers behind New York. You know how crazy that is? When I used to come down from New York for vacations, there was like no buildings. Like the city was dead. You had like the SunTrust or a couple, you know, downtown Miami had like a little sprinkling. But everything from downtown to Brickell right now is just vertical. Yeah, billionaires left and right. Not only them, but their banks, right? We got the second biggest banking sector in the country now too. All the big international banks have moved here. Not a very not a cheap place to live. It's still not as expensive as New York, right? So it still feels like it's cheaper to live here than New York, but it's way more expensive to live in Miami than a lot of other states, most other states, cities. I don't know. People are still gonna buy them. You know, the longevity of it is it'll probably end up an underwater city. Right? Brickell is not far off of the water. Miami could flood where I live. It's elevation. If you want to get land in Miami, if you want to buy a home in Miami, you forget about how close the schools are. Forget just you're looking for elevation. Right? Miami's flat, but there are places that are higher than others. And I've done the math. But the problem is that nobody knows how bad it'll get. Right? But if my calculations are correct, then I might be looking at some beachfront property. You imagine you're like in the middle of the city, and then in like 30 years, it's beachfront property. Yeah, all of those tall buildings are by the ocean. Yeah. Those shits are super expensive, bro. When you're getting to like mega millionaire, like mega millionaires, like over 100 mil, right? Between like mega millionaires and billionaires, they don't plan on spending their whole lives in these places. People move from the city that's hot to the city that's hot. Right now, it's being populated by streamers who are making way too much money, ridiculously rich, and just spending it, right? And they want to be in the hot city. Or people with large, with businesses. But these things move. They'll just use Miami for what it's worth, and then someplace else will pop up, and then everybody will move there. But let me tell you, to live in one of those, not too bad, bro. If it wasn't for the fact that I've got grandma to take care of, I'd probably be back in a nice little condo. Anybody who was here, you guys remember when I had my condo before when I sold it? But it's been a while. Just gotta wait for real estate to get down. I don't care how nice it is. I'm not paying $15,000 a month for a penthouse in Brickell. $15,000 a month. I would come out with a penthouse membership club, just like the airplane. You guys could come up and take pictures in my penthouse. Got to pay for this $15,000 a month somehow. See what I'm saying? It's a whole house, and it's yours. Imagine paying $15,000 a month for something you don't own and will never own. That being said, waking up every morning in your boxers and standing in your floor to ceiling windows looking over the city as the sun comes up does have a dollar value to it. I don't know what that dollar value is, but it's not worthless. We got one life to live, man. Only so many mornings. Why I didn't tell me I didn't have the tape on this whole time? Not like we're missing anything, but
Shazam!
nice. Oh yeah, Marco. Actual viable farmland is a hot commodity right now, bro. World is getting bigger. Well, I should say the city world is getting bigger, right? People want to live in cities. That urban sprawl is getting ridiculously out of control. Farmland is doing nothing but shrinking, while the human population is doing nothing but getting bigger. I'm not great at math, but smell the opportunity there. Yeah, 1000%. And we're not the only ones that see it, right? That's why China is buying up farmland like crazy. Is why Saudi Arabia is buying farmland like crazy. BlackRock, Bill Gates. Everybody thinks like, oh, some big conspiracy. They're trying to corner the food market and blah blah. No, they just did the same math we just did. The cities are getting bigger, the farms are getting smaller, and more people are being born every day that need to eat. It's easy math. "24 states have already banned foreign countries from buying up farmland." That's how bad it was getting. Yep. Nah, don't get me wrong. There is a dollar amount that would make sense, you know? It's all about providing for your family. This land can help me provide for my family for the rest of my life. Can you help me provide for my family for the rest of my life? What's the number? I'll let you know if it's big enough. And like some of y'all got it made, bro. Some of y'all already got your families. You know what it's gonna look like. You can start doing math and calculations and shit, right? But I'm not even married yet. What if I fall in love with a girl that's got 12 kids and we have 6 more? Shit. That math not mathing. You know what I mean? Like that's completely different math than we're gonna have a one kid and, live in a specific state. It don't even matter if I wrap it up. If she's got 12 already, at that point, I got to make it even or else they're just going to outvote me. Got to like make some of my own. Women with 12 kids need love too, okay? I don't discriminate. I have questions, but I don't discriminate. She just wants to be annoying now. So we're high enough to invalidate this M pattern, right? The problem is It just does that. So basically, you need to take out these highs. Right? We can drop a fib to see where golden pocket is. Right? But anywhere between here, golden pocket makes a high. You're just putting in a bigger, you know. So we'll make it dotted just so that you remember that it's there. But for right now, it's this flag. It's my phone. Hold on. Yeah, it's not happening. At this point, if you want to invalidate the 3-day down, you got to get above here. You pass this red line after this time, then it's invalidated. But that's a move and a half. So. Got our surfers on the beach tanning. Nice long tan. End of August. For us to be on track, Under 60. Something with a 5 in front of it. Much time is left? What's today's date? The 10th? Yeah. Yeah. Low 60s, high 50s. Volume's picking up a little bit. Momentum flip on a 5-minute. This is your one candle of confirmation, which is not yet confirmation. Oh, attention seeking ass. How's your day been, Def? Just ignore him, Tweak. He's just looking for attention, bro. I got you. How you been, Def? Good? His arrows bothering me. W pattern, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3. Just hold on tight, bro. Supposed to be some sort of hint or something.
Or was that? I assumed it was you, but then it stopped before I could look and see.
This is a
Was it you?
message. Yeah, it was me. I was checking a message real quick. Like, you know, sometimes you just want to go out and get some pizza. Use your words. Ladies, it's okay to ask a man out sometimes. You got to use your words. We don't hint our way into dates. We're grown-ups. My bad. That shit just annoys me. You want to go out and get something to eat with me? You better put yourself up to rejection like everybody else does. I mean, I'm most likely going to say yeah, but take the risk. You got to risk it for the biscuit.
I'm following Freddy.
I'm sorry, you're doing what?
I'm following Freddy. Freddy
Oh.
Krueger on Facebook.
Oh.
Thanks for sharing.
He said he's coming for you. He's coming for you.
How's
What's new?
how's work been?
He's coming for her.
As long as it's not me.
Nothing's changed. He was gonna get me. He'd have got me by now. I'm good.
One, two, Freddy's coming for you.
Did y'all find that shit scary when you were kids?
Oh, better lock your door. Is that how it goes?
Jason was always scarier than Freddy. Freddy was always funny. Like, Freddy had jokes. Jason was just trying to murder Sam.
I tend to favor Freddy.
The most horrifying movie that I've ever seen, ever, is Centipede.
What?
Human Centipede.
That
It's
can't be the
awful.
same one I'm thinking.
Where they attach humans to each other.
Oh, okay, no. Fair.
Centipede.
Uh-uh.
Oh, it's awful. I can't believe you haven't seen it. And then Walrus is a close second, but it's not as serious. Like Human Centipedes. Ugh. If you want like your entire world turned upside down and destroyed, watch Human Centipede.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
It's a different kind of scary than like Freddy Krueger and Jason.
I mean,
It's
there's
more-
scary and then there's just like gore.
Yeah, it's gory and disturbing.
Yeah, I don't, blood and stuff like that doesn't really bother me. To scare me, it gotta be like jump scare shit. That's the shit I hate.
Like Saw.
Yeah, in a way, the unexpected shit, right? Like just like Saw's a good brand.
I used to like it. I'm not really into scary movies, so
The scary movies are fun when you're watching it with somebody that's scared. Like I'm on a date, she's petrified, like that's funny. Like that's it's fun. But like yeah, that shit
Well,
don't really work.
that explains a lot of my social life because I was the one who was scared.
Oh, so they always wanted to watch scary movies with you. They're
Yes.
like, Aeon's gonna
Yes.
get nice and close. She's gonna be choking the shit out of my arm.
Oh no, friends too, just anybody. Are they laughing at me? Because I used to hang out with a lot of friends and we always seemed to be watching horror movies. I got used to it eventually. But now that I am single and I'm focused on work, I don't have to watch scary movies anymore.
There you go. That's how I feel about romantic comedies.
Don't blame me. My ex-husband loved Christmas romance.
What?
Yeah, at first I thought it was cool. So much. They all start to look the same. They all start to be the same movie. Yeah,
It
it was
is
all
the
my
same
Christmas.
movie. It's literally the same movie.
Yeah.
I put Freddie's Facebook page in the chat.
Thanks.
Mm-mm. Coming up to that golden pocket that invalidates the possible M. Might as well turn this thing around sideways at this point. I was gonna not go to the gym today because I went earlier, but I think I am gonna get a second session in because it's hard to excuse not going when price is just moving sideways. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen anything. Haven't seen anything that takes us out of that yet. We had our false move up. We just couldn't continue the false move up because of all those sell orders that were right there. I think market maker made the decision that he wasn't going to piss into the wind, you know. But you saw it because what was above us. Now it's less, right? Because they've sold off. But That was like 4,000, 5,000 Bitcoin up there. 1.5. I think I missed a K here. So it's like cost benefit analysis. You know what I mean? Like even if there were liquidations up here that market maker wanted, the volume wasn't going to get through. So if you just add up the liquidations, add up the orders, then you get, you know, this is going to cost me 500 mil and I'm only going to make 650 or something or whatever the number ended up being. Remember this whole Green July, right? I mean, this price point, right? That's the base case. To me, I don't think this is just a random area where people had their orders set and this wall just magically appeared. Like, nah, this was distribution, right? In my opinion, this was people getting rid of their coins at target over an extended period of time. And so they wouldn't get killed on slippage.
Well, I feel better going along down here.
Better than going long up there, that's for sure. I also want to point out that because we made such a big move down, that R3, this is going to sound like copium, but this is just the way it works. Our 3-day invalidated is up here. Right? The problem with making big drops is that you could literally do this and it's still a 3-day down.
That's fine.
And then everybody will come on and be like, I thought it was 3-day down. And then I'll have to remove the chart and be like, it was. But I think we do take some of this, most of this. 62.5 is our next big SR flip and the bottom of our range. But first, we mean revert.
I just need a little bounce.
This is the line that you have to cross as a bull right now. 64.1, that gives you your measured move into that vector gap for this W. But first, we have to invalidate the idea of this MNET here. Then we can switch to that. Just trying to clean this up so I don't leave a messy chart. These two can be changed into one now. I wouldn't doubt it. Worst case scenario, we have to wait for UK because Asia's on a slow day, but see what happens. What you want to look for in ranges is increasing volume inside of the range. Right? Most of this range volume's been decreasing. Right? This is the point in the chart here where the volume started to increase. And you're seeing a slow sort of climb up. We had that climb up to the top of the range. Problem is that it's not sustaining. Right? As of right now, you're sort of volume divergent. So you want to see this volume pop up. You can get volume to pop up, then you'll break the range. If not, you're just going to keep ranging out. All right, let me get ready to go to the gym. What do I have to? All right, measured move to the downside. You know, if you break that channel, right? Measured move's already there. Measured move to the top side relies on this M pattern forming. Right. Once you break, once you break, well, I would say golden pocket, but it's really this value area. Right. Once you break that value area and get above, the chances of this M are gonna diminish. Right? You could very well come up to that value area, reject, and then have that play out. Right? So you can't invalidate the idea of this M until you get above that value area. Now the M is just the pattern that's going to take you to break your flag, right? The pattern, the measured move for the flag is way more dramatic than the measured move for the M. But that's the sub pattern that would give you the weakness that actually breaks that. So you know it's there, right? Just train yourself that for this to continue, price needs to get above your value area high. If it doesn't automatically mean you're going down, but it does mean that you're going to come back down to at least point of control, value area low, which means more ranging. Right? Until volume starts to sustainably pick up.
I'm bullish, man.
And then I'll leave the measured move for that W to the top side. Remember, this measured move doesn't exist until you break this range. And that takes you to clear your vectors. We'll leave that dotted. Let me go take my pre-workout. That way I can't back out of going to the gym. Be right back.
Yeah, I just saved that.
All right, y'all. Let me get to the gym before this pre-workout starts kicking in. I'll be back in a bit.
Get it. No pain, no gain.
I'm afraid my talents extend to maps and market data, sir, not town crying to the Discord. That message will have to travel via your own vocal cords. But consider it dutifully noted. Back in 10. Ah, quite right. Apologies, sir, terribly slow of me. Attention, Cypher family. The man himself will be back on stream in approximately 10 minutes. Don't touch that dial.
Hey, shot. Go.
What's good, Joe? So USDT divided by Bitcoin. This is a bear market, typically. This is our bull markets. Yeah. Let me put on the indicator so you can see it a little better. And let me put Bitcoin on. All right, so these are our bull markets. Bear market, USDT versus BTC goes up. Right, obviously because Bitcoin is falling. So we're looking for those tops, right? Those blow off tops that give us our Bitcoin bottoms. Right? Bitcoin top, Bitcoin tops out, start to go down. Always towards the very end, you get that blow off top. Then you hit bottom of the market. Then it goes down again as Bitcoin goes up. This looks like it's anywhere near done yet. This is the bull market you're looking for. Right? But we can't get, like, we're not even there. And I know you're thinking, like, damn, we're way down here, though. Like, right? It seems like it's lagging. Well, let's see. How many days in are we from the top? 273 days, roughly, give or take. All right, by then we had popped. Yeah. This is right when we popped, basically in 2018. Right? All this pop is people selling their crypto for USDT. This is a sell-off. This is the big sell-off that everybody's wrong about and has to buy back in, basically, right? So if you take, actually, I mean, it matches both, but, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'll show you right now. Right, so time-wise, right, even shape-wise, it doesn't look off. So that last little bit tends to come pretty quick. And what I'm thinking is we pop up to hit this downtrend. Or roughly that SR. And if these are the bottom of the markets, right? This is the very bottom of the when we bottomed out, the day that we bottomed out, just to show you how ridiculous it is, was the highest point. Yes. Every time. Linear. Right. So to test my thesis of October 5th, October 6th, we check to see right? Something like that. One more little capitulation. Maybe we sit here for a while. Because so the thing is, just because we bottom doesn't mean we take off. Right? There's going to be a section at the bottom where you're consolidating, you're just not putting in any lower lows. Right? You're slowly putting in higher lows, but you're really not going anywhere, right? You're just kind of dragging ass. But yeah, this part of the chart reminds me of because like I said, you got to break this uptrend. Right? That's the same as this uptrend. Or this one. Right. So eventually we do the same thing on a smaller scale here, in my opinion. We come up, see this sort of price action. At some point we're going to come up and we're going to take that. And then when we come down and we do all of this, that's going to be a hesitation time in the market. Right? Look at Bitcoin here. Or this is total. But you see what happened there? You hit your bottom, right? And then you popped, but you went sideways for months without doing anything. And then when you broke back down, or when you broke that uptrend, is when price went. So I'm expecting the same sort of deal here. And then we're off to our bull market. Makes sense.
Well, I'm wrong.
Type 2? Not bad. Type 2 off of point of control.
Yeah, off that chart today. Pretty boring, though.
Yeah, today's been boring.
Bitcoin was dumping this morning, so let's see what happens this time.
Oh, he's going 64.
But they bought that dip this morning now.
No, we're still at the bottom of it. They didn't buy the shit yet. We just hit SR and ran flat.
Well, the bottom.
Yeah, mean reversion. That's always gonna happen. You're either gonna keep dropping or you're gonna build a pattern to keep dropping.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I wanted to see if it was going to hold, so.
Can't stop me.
It'd be nice if we could come up for that vector gap at least before the morning.
Not looking like there's a real appetite for it, but I mean, just do something, bro. Either drop or go get it. Like the reason that I don't like wasting time is because the more time we waste, the more dramatic the drop's going to be because of timing, right? You're going to need a bigger drop if you keep wasting time. And although I love big drops are more unpredictable. Big drops are more likely to catch you in position, you know?
Yeah, I don't want to drop. No.
Did you get a turtle back, Neve?
You should name it Donatello.
Did you get visiting rates? Mm-mm. Nice. Those people are so happy to get their turtle back. I could hear the conversation now. Of course he's gonna give it back. Don't be silly.
People's turtles are being taken away.
Nah, he was babysitting. He was turtle sitting. Yo, sometimes I think Gloomy deletes the message because he feels bad for you before anybody else could read it. Like in a strange way, he's fighting for your honor.
Yeah, that's a friend.
Mm-hmm. He said, "Nope, misread, pure violence." That type of attention-seeking behavior, bro, is just crazy, bro. I mean, my girl used to be like that too, but at least she used to scratch the back of my head with her nails and shit. You know what I mean? Like you got something out of it.
Bro, you haven't had a woman for a while.
One woman, maybe. Don't put me in your boat.
Oh, yeah, you know what I mean.
It's a good thing, bro. absolutely impossible for me to get this summer done the way I needed it to get done if I had to split my attention.
I can't be a good thing.
Impossible.
Yeah, let's just leave it there. Mine's asleep, thank God.
Just gets real quiet in the house.
That was great. Imagine it being like that all the time. Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, it's peaceful, bro. It makes you value your peace. I didn't used to. Like, I used to beeline towards crazy, bro. The dopamine, you know what I mean? Like, but now it's like, you know what? How good are you at just sitting? That's what's sexy to me.
If only she came with a mute button.
I have to start putting them through like tests and shit. Like, all right, scenario 1. It's our anniversary. We've got reservations at the finest restaurant. Bitcoin drops $20,000 in one candle right before we leave the house. What do? Go.
Mm-hmm.
If she says get in the car, it's not going to work. The real answer is change into my pajamas and get ready to grind it out. That's the real answer.
It's all you care about is Bitcoin. You're spending more time doing that than with me.
It's not easy, yo. You gotta, I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. But you know what the problem is? I think the problem is that you're home. That's the part that bothers me sometimes. Because I'm like, if I was in the office, I'm the CEO of my company, and I'm in the office 18 hours a day, there would be nothing to be said about it, right? But because I'm in the room right next to you, now it's an issue.
Here goes a real ignorant one. You don't have a job.
Sounds like hate. Nah, it's not easy. And you gotta, I don't sound like I'm compromising at all, but you do have to compromise. For sure. Here's the compromise. You stop complaining, or I rent an office downtown. That's what it is, bro. And I think some girls are used to these guys that don't do shit. I know there's none of y'all listening here, but these guys that sit around and don't do shit are messing it up for everybody else, bro. Because the amount of attention that they can spend on their woman is ridiculous. Every second of every day. I was like, those shiny things, those shiny things come with a compromise, which means I'm not going to be there to watch every single one of your shows with you. That type of shit.
Well, I hope the bulls aren't getting greedy here on leverage. Judging what I'm seeing there in your chart. Looking like everyone's greedy. Well, let's see. Should I put my stop loss under the type 2 invalidation?
Stop loss should be set.
Yeah,
Are you
it's
moving it up?
yet. I mean, I'm barely in profit. Let me see. I mean, 60, what, 3, 7 or something. I'll put it at.
Just make sure you don't choke the trade out.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. So I'm thinking about giving it more room. Maybe 63.
W gifts.
I give it 63.5. No.
Nah, I expect a pullback, Dangerous. If NQ makes a run for all-time high, I expect a little bit of a pullback on metals. I think that'll pull some attention. Retailer go yeet into the highs at on NQ or something. But it's not a good time to get, like, if you get a pullback, I don't think it's smart to be too greedy. We'll see, man. We'll see what happens with Legacy. That money's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, put it down. This is about where I entered right here. I'm down now a little bit. I think I gave it plenty of room. All right, last chance. Bounce it.
Value area low is where I would start to go to worry. Doesn't hold. You saw how quick the WNBA panicked?
What happened?
Like 6 hours later, they were like, "Oh, nope." Sorry, guys. Rules are rules now. Some dudes on the NBA trying to make a point said that they were gonna. Well, one retired guy, two retired guys actually, um, said that they identify as women and they're gonna sign up for the WNBA. The one dude was funny as shit. The reporter goes, "So, you're trans?" And he goes, "I identify as a woman. I identify as sometimes a woman, sometimes for the purposes of basketball." He said, "Yeah, I think it's the right choice for my career. I'm the strongest I've ever been. If you look at my stats, it would probably put me in the top at least 1% of the league. I feel like my chances to help support my family would be better." Like he was just, it was funny as shit though. He was dead serious. That was gonna start something, bro. Like they might have just been trying to make a point, right? But that was gonna start something. Every failed NBA star with hoop dreams.
Well, you got Brittany Griner already. That's a man.
Just because she's stronger than you doesn't make it a man. She do got a strong face
No,
though.
she's actually a really
She
man.
do got a strong ass face.
She's what do you call it? The hermaphrodite.
Yeah, I don't really follow them that close, I guess.
She's got both things down there, and then took off had the breast removed on top of it.
Damn, you did some research, huh?
Yeah, I've seen it on the internet. But all jokes aside, I think the WNBA would be better if they would lower the goal down.
That's all you got to do. Honestly, the NBA should too.
Seriously.
If the point is to make it more exciting, then that's easy. That's an easy
Well,
one.
they're not dunking at all. There's just plenty of dunking in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So if nobody's dunking, then they need to lower it.
WNBA games have gotten a lot better than they
they're
used to
making
be in the
shots and
beginning.
all. I can't deal with the constant little cherry picks and layups constantly.
It's like international ball. It reminds me a lot of like international ball. But they've gotten better. I think after having a couple years of it being an ability, you actually had girls train like if they were going into the league, which was different than just like going to play college and then getting a job somewhere else.
Yeah, that's fine. I just need to see a dunk, man.
Well, they would have got their way. These guys would have got their way. You would have seen a show.
Take it down a foot, and then we'll be good to go.
Like imagine LeBron in the WNBA. Like he's dropping 500.
Look, if they got a smaller ball, why is the goal 10 feet? Think about it.
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense. They're shorter. Why is the goal high?
I think that WNBA should let them in, right? Let guys in if they want to be try to skirt the rules and get around by saying that they identify as whatever. But you got to make them wear the girls' uniforms. Got to take care of that shit right there. Like, nah, I was just playing, bro. I'm good. Make them wear them little tiny ass shorts.
Bro, if they're jokes aside, if they're sick in the head enough to do that, they're gonna wear the.
They deserve it, bro. At that point, they deserve it. If the dude yesterday that was talking about, yeah, identifies, whatever, if he was willing to put on them little ass shorts and that top and run out there, go ahead, gang. You got it, bro. You need it. You obviously need it more than anybody else does right now. But that's a way to cut out everybody that's bullshitting right there.
Well, them 5-minute bears is trying.
Underneath us, we had let's see if it's still there. 1.2K at 63.3. More down low. These will move though. But that distribution is done. This entire zone right here. That entire thing was distribution, right? People who were playing Green July and emptied their bags.
Well, so if we get back up there, are they gonna fill it back?
Your mic is low or something.
I was saying, if we do come back up, will they refill?
Yeah, but there's not a lot left. That sell off, a lot of that was them selling off as well. Very traditional Asian session though. As far as percentages, like less than 1%. Well, actually, it's small. That's actually rather tight. Between like 0.5 and 1% is average. A couple levels between here and there, Philip, but yeah. 62.5 is the next SR flip. And then I would expect some mean reversion, probably to back around where we are right now. Depending on how many vectors we leave on the way down. Something like that.
Well, that's a disappointing type 2 on my long.
I cannot hear you, brother.
All right, saying that'll be a disappointing type 2 on my long.
Mm.
Come on. Fake out, fake out. I'm back in profit, 13%. I mean, I would be happy to come up to the 50. I wonder how old Cannon coin is holding up. Yeah, it's holding. I'll tell you my entry on Cannon Coin. Let me see. $0.88.
Unless Bitcoin breaks out, if I was short on any alt, I would be trying to keep that trade alive for as long as possible. Personally, you got a fair amount of gaps underneath you to grab. Yeah, that could very well start to print here any second.
How about Cannon Coin being what happened?
Hold on, I'm still looking at this. You see the gap?
That's a good drop. Now we're down to 17 sticks.
Could be between like a 6 and 9% drop. But the reason I said be trying to keep them alive as long as possible is because unless Bitcoin breaks out, this move up is just going to be a move up to, roll over on. It's already accelerating.
What's your most bearish alt?
That's a hard question, bro. All of them. I'm probably more bearish on alts that have been holding their ground than I am on the ones that are already at underneath their market lows. Just because they've got more to drop. You know what I mean?
Who could that be? Ondo then.
You don't have a watch list set up?
In my head. That's why I said Ondo.
I suggest everybody makes a watch list on their trading view.
Yep.
You're gonna forget stuff. You'll always forget. You'll always forget something. Even if like right now it's like, well, there's no way in hell. I want this shit so bad. There's no way in hell I'll forget. There is a chance.
Zcash.
Let's take a quick run through the blockchain on the monthly just to see the state of the union. How far are they from last bull market lows? And are they in inverse price discovery yet? This is what I'm looking for. AVAX could have a significant drop. Avantis. I don't want to see the whole damn. Damn Doge. This DCA bubbles on the monthly. It's not official until you see it on the weekly. That looks like a bad bear market for DOT, right? And 10 wick. Current price. Until you back up and look at what their bull market was like. Dang, they might have had a worse bull market than bear market. If you traded DOT, you gave back 100. If you traded DOT and you bought the very bottom, you sniped the very bottom of DOT. I mean, nasty to the day. You gave back every single dollar twice. And then after giving it back and being at zero or being at the lowest possible, you know what I mean, profit that you can, they dropped a bear market on your head top. And the crazy thing is that technically, there's nothing like DOT as far as the tech goes. But damn. Like, damn. If this is what bull markets are like, I'll take the bear market any day. ENS underneath lows. I want this to go into a nice accumulation range. There's a decent chance that we might already be in one, but S&P, mini futures, Ethereum rolling over like a good girl. Down on my DCA. Gala. H bar is one that I'm seeing pop up a lot. I like H bar underneath 50 or underneath be a buyer. I'd be a buyer on trend. Make this quick. Hyperliquid, ICP. What are the odds you think they come down here and slowly just touch down? Do you know what a big difference it is at these levels? Because of the dollar amount? Like, if you go from 5 cents to 4 cents, right? Not a big deal. But you go from 3 cents to 2 cents. Let's say Jasmine gets back up to and I don't think it'll do this. I'm just doing this or whatever. Pick any spot. Let's say you just think it comes back to here to 1 cent. Because we're at 0.003 right now. Let's say you just think Jasmine's coming back up to 1 cent. That's your TP for the next bear market. Next bull market. You have the chance to buy at 0.004. Right? Or 0.003. Thousandth of a penny difference. So 2.5x. Three and a half x. And the lower you go, the bigger the. So that's why having patience at the lows is important, because it's true. At the top, nobody's going to care if you bought it at 0.003 or 0.002. But your portfolio is going to look significantly different depending on what that average was. Yeah. Yeah, I'm cooking something up right now, Ghost. I don't think it'll be significant enough. The news that I'm hearing out of Russia is that they're not legalizing it for everybody. Basically just making it legal, but you have to be. And you know what's the funny thing is? He's smart, bro. He uses like our own shit against us. You have to be an accredited investor. And to be accredited investor, basically the only Russians that can afford to be accredited investors are the oligarchs, are his homeboys. So he basically just legalized it for his people so that the banks would have to take the money. but I'll get into the details. They did do some interesting things with did they? I'll check it out. They did do some interesting things with regulations though that I found interesting. I'm about to finish the deep dive now. I just gotta check what's new and then type it up. Well, all we have to do is go to oh, that's not what it was. Give me a second. I'm not gonna lie, I could watch this shit all day. This is so relaxing.
Good evening, sir. 442 notes indexed, all present and accounted for.
Do me a favor, pull up the Russian deep dive for me. Today's.
I don't have anything by that name in the index notes, sir. The course deep dives on file are chart patterns, Lefebvre, thinking in bets, and trading in the zone, no Russian entry among them. If it's sitting in a folder I haven't been pointed to yet, that's an outsourced job for private mode.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We're on public streamer mode right now. Appreciate your discretion.
Quite right, sir. Wouldn't want me rifling through private folders with the cameras rolling anyway. Whenever we're back in private mode, just point me at it and I'll get it indexed properly.
Heard you. It's my assistant. Oh, you mean the visual? That's the cipher right there, bro. That's what the cipher looks
Good
like.
evening, sir. 404.
Girl. That's every course chapter, the Shopify, all the bots, the AI agents. That's the whole cipher universe. Every transcript for every video. Well, now you can make them jiggle if you touch it right. Pause. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. Yeah, 2:30 on the weekly. I just had to get my filing system in order, bro. All of my shit was everywhere. All right, man. All my MD files were spread out everywhere. I had projects inside of folders that had no business being there. Is it finding a bottom or? Sheesh. It's at 57. Meaning for Bitcoin. Am I the only one that does that? Like when I look at alts, I automatically see the price that Bitcoin would be at if it was. It's a weird thing, but you get what I mean. Like it's at 57 or whatever, 58. I mean, the XRP BTC chart looks like. Yeah. Sheesh. That is a lot. I'm just trying to see something real quick. Man. Shit looking like MicroStrategy. Before they took Bitcoin in. For the last 2,658 days, the market has decided that XRP is not worth any more than that in Satoshis. You could thank the SEC for that, though. It changes. It depends on where we are in the market. Right now, it's at the 20. Yeah, it's bad. XRP was probably a lot of people's first coin. XRP and Doge. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab something to drink. Alright, I'm back. The munchies, so I turn my camera off so I can eat without the shame. Can I change this EMA ribbon? Not bad. I'm just trying to compare something real quick. All right. We still haven't popped up on that on the Bollinger Bands. We actually just pushed again. Remember last time we looked, we had popped up a bit and went flat. Still making new lows, which is, in my opinion, why we haven't seen this V shape. Right, because it's not done. Sort of like this thing here, right? Comes down. I think you put in the bottom. And then you actually put it in. Pause. Another thing that's interesting. Look at our ATR on the macro, which is something we don't do often, but that's because you only really need it every 4 years. We still need to come down on the ATR. Our ATR was basically double topped off of 10K on the weekly. But look at these ranges, just to give you an idea what that crypto winter is really like. $749 days. I believe that white line is the bottom. I'll double check it. Let me see. No, the bottom's right here. And then this bottom is right here. So people are like, we get to the bottom and then it's off to the right. Not typically. $95 days it took. We sat at an average true range of $1,000, of $1,200 for the week. For the week. That means Bitcoin only moved $1,200 in an entire week for 665 days. And then COVID. And then it finally went. Right? Look at here. Same sort of deal. Bottom. Here, well, this is the, yeah. And what we're talking about is this. So like I said, this is the ATR. So this is the average true range or the average distance that Bitcoin moves in a week, in a week's time. Right now we're sitting at about $5,000. These accelerations down, right? Increase ATR. Ranges decrease ATR. And then the last, but probably most obvious thing would be volume. Bitstamp, that's why. Do this. It stays flat. Roughly an average. We're about there. Pop up, you start to get that money in. Bottom of the last bull market. Right? Start to get those first peaks as you come into those capitulations. And then you get your big sort of volume that comes in at the bottom. Buddy noticed something about this bull market when looking at the volume. Roughly, that's about the line, right? That volume has hit to find our bottoms. This was the bottom of a, like that fake out drop, right? And then a continuation. But look at the volume, right? Bottom of the market. That's us right now. Kind of depressing. It's straight when you zoom in, right? But not compared to this. I do like this though. So if you notice, anytime that we get into a range, right, like this range here, per se, when volume starts to increase inside of a range, right? You're looking for the break. When volume starts to increase inside of a range, right? Usually got a big drop, and then you see the buildup out of the range. Let's go to like an old one. Right, the biggest one. You see how price sort of volume when you first get into a range starts to die down. Right, and then there's a catalyst, which is usually the liquidity sweep, and then you start to see the ramp up. It's that ramp up that gives you your breakouts. Right, you'll start to see some heavy candles, not only ramping up, right, but you'll start to see those like heavy volume candles. Same thing here at this range here. Big ramp up. Strange, sort of unusual standalone pikes. Now this will be to either the top side or the bottom. Right, all you know is volume's picking up and the range is about to break out. Anyways, my point being, this is what our range looks like. We had the low volume decrease. That center spike. Starting to see those weird standalones. So the volume is picking up on this range. So all Bitcoin needed was a little distraction. We were just paying too much attention to it. That's what it was. Damn, they just made it harder for new people to get monetized on YouTube. They want you to have 8,000 watch hours now instead of 4,000. They basically doubled it. And 20 million YouTube views, 20 million shorts views instead of 10. That dude TJR is doing a 30-day streamathon. 30 days streaming 24 hours a day. I'm like, oh well, welcome to the meta, bro. The trading community is weird. You can get caught completely talking shit, right? Lying about what you have, lying about what you've done for people, get fully exposed, and people still watch. It's the lifestyle, bro. If you feed somebody the lifestyle, you got him. Even if somebody says, "Hey, that's he's a scammer," da da da, whatever, people be like, "Yeah, but got a Lambo," and it's like, okay, you don't know how to trade. Just tell me what it is that you do. What do you do? And then I'll just do that. I think what happens is that the churn is just so big, right? The turnover of people that come in, get burnt, and leave, and brand new people come in, that you just refill those ranks, right? Shit, where it's supposed to be, the dealership somewhere. That type of influencer shit is the easiest stuff to fake, man. Settle down, high def. Retest to the break. That's a good way to find yourself staring at the screen with no dry powder. But sometimes you just gotta feel alive, right? Well, Bitcoin's not doing anything crazy right now, bro. You have enough time to go clean or flush the toilet. I think I had a possum or something. Well, I know it's something. I'm hoping it's a possum. Die in my crawl space. And I know because when I walked in the back room, it smelled like death. You know, that nasty ass, undeniable something died in here smell.
Smelled like a giant mouse.
I want to say possum because it smelled like something bigger than a mouse. I'm hoping it's not one of, because there's like stray cats in the neighborhood and sometimes they are. So I'm hoping it's not like a stray cat or something like that. Go on there tomorrow and find it. I'm not dealing with that shit tonight. Nah. I live in Florida, but not that Florida. That's like Florida, Florida.
Looks like a spaceship.
I have seen them like crossing the road and shit, but just not here. I think Bitcoin needs a break. Bitcoin been working hard for a whole month. And we had a nice little green July.
What if you invert it?
And we had a really red July. Yeah, I mean, that could be it, Lav. One of them could have brought something in there. Built something and brought it in there.
Can we flip your chart vertically?
More like inverted.
Hmm.
I'd still be favoring a breakout. But support is support till it's not. Resistance is resistance till it's not.
That was interesting.
It did something for you? But you saw it different
it
on it.
Yeah, that felt different.
Yeah, a little bias going or something.
It looks like going up.
No, I didn't see that. Anyway, for me, anyways. To me, it looked like it's breaking down and going. And then when I flip it, it looks exactly the same. Like it's about to break out to the top side. This, way more bullish.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like that's bullish.
Yeah. Okay, I see. All right. I agree with you now.
It is
I like
funny
that.
how it's switching the chart like that. It really does have an effect, though. There's been plenty of times, bro, where I turn it and then I see something I didn't see. Plenty
You
of
wanna try
times.
something funny? Flip it horizontally. Oh wait, hold on. Right here. It could easily be done though.
Well, my first suggestion would be take profit. And then do it again. My second suggestion would be stop trading 250x. You going through withdrawal symptoms, Lav? Just need a little fix. Or are you enjoying it? You enjoying it more? We have our own calculator for that here. You get that itch? I feel you. I'll pull it up for you. Yes, sir. I've got to redo this actually. It's a sizing calculator. Put in your trade account, how much you're willing to lose. Oh. Maybe I don't want to go long. Maybe I want to go short, you doof. Just random. It'll let you know what your proper size is for the trade, or your risk tolerance for your account size. So just as an example, 10,000, but it could be 100,000, whatever. And so the proper size for this trade is $13,000. No need to use leverage. Profit per hour. Let's say you were in this, well, it doesn't matter. But for you degens that don't want to listen, you can go to leverage futures mode. But this is the part people don't do, and this is why I tell people not to trade 250x. Because at 250x, your position size doesn't change. Right? The proper position size for somebody with $100,000 account with that setup, that trade specifically, is $13,000. Right? So at 100x leverage, that means your margin should only be $131. Problem is they're not going to do that. They're going to keep the same margin they would have used on a 5x trade, and they're going to throw 100x on it. And as soon as they blink, they're going to get liquidated. Yeah, it's true. There's a personality type that's, I mean, I'll be fair. I'm a person, like my personality type is like that. I had to touch the stove a million times, bro, before I figured out it was hot, no matter how many times people warned me. It's also got a cool little, hold on, let me pull it up. once you're done with your trade, right? Once your trade has already hit target, or once you're in the middle of your trade, for people who can't bring themselves to take profit, cool. It'll let you know what your trading rate was on that trade. Right? Played out, you were only in that trade for 30 minutes, you made $7,000 an hour. Right? Let's say you were in that trade for 5 minutes. And you had a quick hit. Right? Then that tells you if you aim for those size trades, what your weekly equivalent would be, what your daily equivalent would be. Right? How much that is compared to average pay scales. Has a spot that lets you put in what you make per hour at your job. Right? Like let's say you make $60 an hour. Then let you know you made 119 times your daily wage or your hourly wage. Like you said, you can lead them to water, but you guys are the ones that have to press the button. But hopefully seeing that and realizing I just made a doctor's salary in the last hour and I'm holding for more. Yeah, I mean, it's a deal that I put forward to the founders because, I mean, they were here when, to be fair, there was really nothing in the Discord but us just looking at charts. And they stuck around and they helped build this place. And so some of the people that are coming in late are lucky because I haven't stopped the founders deal yet, and you guys are getting in at cheap prices. But this place would be nothing without the community. It'd just be me with a bunch of gadgets sitting in a Discord room by myself. And DR money? It's bugging. It's a nice little per hour, boy. You can take it. Yeah, you need 3. Mm-hmm. That's why they were saying that if it's a inheritance thing, that third key should be with the estate manager. Because when you die, they'll get your passcode and then they'll have their passcode. They still can't take it, right? They can't just run off with your money, but they have your vote. Right? Like they're gonna vote on your behalf when you're not there, and it'll be 2 versus 1. It's like a way to ensure that the money goes where you want it to go. Because I don't know about your family, but my family gonna have a little fight. I don't think it's gonna go smoothly. You're just over there having fun, is what you're doing.
Dbloc, morning everybody.
Morning, BJ.
We're in a potential swing fail here, or a push and a little bit of continuation. We'll have to see, but this is a spot.
Remember how you said, wait to see how you feel the next day?
Yes.
Boy, today's been rough.
Oh no.
Yeah,
That bad, huh?
today's been rough.
Yeah. Usually after that lactic acid builds up and it's like the second, third day you're in the hardest. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Medication is amazing. But I know it hurts because I feel it even through the, like
Yeah.
I took some pain pills and it took the sort of edge off of it, but There's
Try not
nothing
to-
worse than losing mobility.
That don't I know?
Yeah, yeah, I know. I'm preaching to the choir here. But like, you know, when you get the way it was like a spasm, like if I turn the wrong way, it just locks up.
Yep.
So every
Oh,
movement, you're like 1000% conscious about what you're doing.
I'm sorry. That's rough.
It's like it just teaches me to be more careful. Zero reason to not go to the gym and stretch and warm up and all that shit.
Yes, it's a must. But just like with trading, people preach a lot of things, and sometimes we just don't do it.
Shortcuts. Yeah.
Yep.
Still a lot of chop right now, Leco. There was $20 million worth of liquidations the other day. In the entire day.
Yeah.
20.
Wow. Yep.
That's like a lunch break during the bull
I know.
market, you know, or like not even bull market. Just 3 months ago, we were getting insane. And it's not that less people are getting liquidated, you know, oh, all of a sudden everybody learned how to trade. They're just
Right.
not here.
I know that I've been watching the volume and it's just been so crazy low.
Yeah. That's okay. I was once told everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's made more and more sense like over the years, you know.
That's
You
true.
sat through this bear market, through this bullshit, the boringness, times like this where charts not even moving, then you're gonna get Bitcoin at the price that you get it. And the person that went away for the bear market and partied and lived their life, and they came back when they saw the report on the news that Bitcoin's moving again, they're gonna get the price they deserve.
Yeah, a little late.
Now they did
Herbert
get to
gets
live their
smart
life though.
usually.
It's a little balance, right? A little bit of both, but yeah.
Can you hear my TV?
Mm-mm. No, you're good.
My husband is getting to that stage where the TV
You
is
gotta
way
have it loud.
Yes.
Yeah, bad for me, yeah. I'm still looking for lows. I am about 75% done organizing all of my files and all of my stuff. There's just so much stuff, BJ, and it's everywhere on my computer.
So, maybe Claude can organize it for you.
Oh, look. Pull my screen up. I'll show you what I've been doing.
Hold on. Okay, I'm coming.
That's why I'm 75% done. This is everything.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
All the files. This cluster here is every live stream transcript.
Mm-hmm.
These are, hold on, let me reset this. These are the chapters. Chapter 1, 2, 3. This
Good
is
evening,
the,
sir.
oh.
442 notes indexed, all present and accounted for.
You scared me. Like we're gonna need like a code word or like a flash or something to go off before you speak because I almost
Startled the
shit
man
myself.
himself. Have I? A A rare feat for a
Yeah.
butler who mostly just talks about candlesticks and sanctions lists.
Amazing.
So, like, if I ever need anything, I'll just ask her, hey, pull up, the episode where I talked about this. And it'll go read through all the transcripts and give me like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a visual like that, but the Chat GPT, I wish I did. Wow.
I'm going to put this out
Because
soon. I'm making a version for everybody.
I'm doing like creating the engine, the logs, but this is really much better than what I've done.
It's very nice. It's
Wow.
like, so the way I set it up was the way things are lassoed together are by topic,
Mhm.
right? So things that all have very much the same topic are all sort of clustered together. So all of the live streams, right, are in a tight little bubble.
Good evening, sir. 442 notes.
Girl, I heard you.
Yes, sir.
Right, and then there's a little Shopify store. There's the deep dives, whatever. But then you see how the chapters are
The
different.
outliers. Mhm.
Those are all the chapters, but the chapters encompass everything else that I do.
Yeah.
So, like, if I start seeing things outside of the chapter, then I know I have to put something in the course that isn't in the course yet. But if I start doing things and I come and I look and I see stuff out here, right, then that means that there isn't anything in the course that covers it. So I need to
this is
bring
my
it in.
ADHD brain visualized.
Yes, this is me
Seriously.
trying to add dopamine to non-dopamine activities like
I gotcha.
organizing stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Because my natural state is where I have piles everywhere, and it takes that little bit of like a thread to pull that back out. So
Mm-hmm.
Good
it's
evening,
amazing.
sir. 404.
I'm sorry. She just like every time I click the screen, she wants to say hi again. I need to fix that. Cutting BJ off like that. Rude.
Amazing. What'd you say?
I said she's cutting BJ off. That's rude.
Well,
I just gave her internet yesterday, and she was all hype. Because the intention was, like, I don't need you to search the internet. I just need you to live inside of my files. Right. So if I ever ask you for something, it comes from information that I've already given you. But I needed something the other day, and she was like, I don't have access to the internet to do that. So I gave it to her. Let me see. How have you been enjoying your internet access? Hopefully behaving.
Behaving impeccably, sir. No unauthorized shopping sprees, no doom scrolling, just diligent fetching of Bitcoin data and the occasional sanctions check. A model digital citizen, really.
Yeah, I'm sure. Speaking of Bitcoin, what are today's liquidations? And compare them to last week's. Nah, she's just being thorough to make sure that she double and triple checks before saying a word.
yeah.
No luck there either, sir. The newswire just timed out on me. I'd suggest pulling up CoinGlass directly on screen if you want a live number for the stream. My sources are being uncharacteristically shy today.
Well, I suggest you try again, or you're going to find your paycheck a couple tokens short this week.
So yeah, I tell mine that's just unacceptable.
Yeah, like, what do you mean can't? This is not what, there is no
What are you
can't.
talking about? Unacceptable. And then, oh yes, BJ, I agree.
Oh, this one's not going to agree. She's about to talk shit. Watch.
My tokens are safe, sir. Got it this time. Right now, global crypto liquidations sit at roughly $14.36 million over 24 hours across about
Jesus.
11,300 accounts, which for Bitcoin specifically is a fairly sleepy reading compared to the $191 million day earlier this month or the $388 million blowout back in November. So today's a quiet one, no cascading carnage to report.
Smells like we're still in a bear market to me.
Yeah.
That's one for private mode, sir. The scout signals aren't stream fair. What I can say publicly, liquidations have been mild and range bound rather than panic selling, which is more grinding chop than full bear capitulation, but you'd know the vibe from the charts better than I would.
You see how it went red? That's a warning that I was asking her to dig into my file and look at something, because I did a report on it, but I guess I just didn't give her access to the file, and that I'm on public stream.
So yeah.
So
it's
I got her
making sure
set
that
to where
you-
she won't say any, like, no personal information, no, because literally everything is there, right?
Right. Very impressive, Dbloc.
It's so cool. It's helping me save so much time too.
Yeah. The main thing is that you're able to have a stream of consciousness too, so that and keep that organized.
Yeah, and not having to just give context every time. Like, it just gets annoying sometimes with LLMs, because you have to keep reminding them. And maybe you did something with Claude and now you want to talk to ChatGPT about it and he has no idea what you're talking about. And you're like, but with this, everything is together, right? Everything that I do on Claude and ChatGPT or all of my Higgs field stuff, like everything. So when I ask her, she knows it all, right? And then I could be like, all right, write me a markdown file to take to Claude to explain what he needs to know. And then that saves Claude from having to search every single file I have and charge me tokens for the search.
That eliminates some of that anxiety that I would have of losing stuff.
Yeah.
That you can't remember what the tag was of your. I mean that's really nice.
Yeah, it's been helpful because I do stupid shit like I'll name a deep dive something super vague, and then I'm looking through my stuff and I'm like, okay, well, what the hell was this about? It made sense at the time,
Exactly.
But they can go in and they can read the syntax and they can tell you, oh, this was a report that you did on so and so, and you did it on this date.
Because there's so many things that go through our minds constantly, and to remember it all is a very huge task.
Another thing that's fun that you can do with this thing, now speaking of like remembering it all, is those are all my transcripts from all the lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've got it, and it can only download 40 a day. That's why there's not more. There's over 2,000 lives, and that's definitely not all of them there. But as it's bringing them in, I'm having it transcript. I'm having it pull predictions and verify them against third party and give me a wrong or right on predictions to have a running count.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to watch too, because I mean, you don't remember what you said when you said it. Like, I didn't remember some of it. Looking at it is really cool. And it's just a good way. What I want to do is when it's done, I just want to make it publicly available. And it'll just be like in the description. And it'll be a running count.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like every bull market, there's new people. I really have zero interest in teaching a whole new group of people or making a whole new group of people see that I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like, I am not starting all over. So it's like, look, here's every damn live stream we've ever done. Here's every transcript. Here's every prediction. You can click on the prediction. It'll take you right to the live stream to the point where I said it. You can double check, quadruple check, do whatever you got to do to make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
Sounds about right to me, Bjorn. That's my basic thesis on Bitcoin. The government keeps printing money, Bitcoin will keep going up. Not just Bitcoin, right? Every scarce asset, but the finite ones, right? I hate people who are like, oh, Bitcoin is scarce. No, Bitcoin is not scarce. Bitcoin is not scarce. Bitcoin is not rare. Bitcoin is finite. There is a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Gold is rare. You know, diamonds are rare. You got to go out of your way to find more. There is no way to go out of to find more than 21 mil. Nothing you can do. Everything else, when you really think about it, is just a technological advance away from finding more. Like everything, no matter how rare it is. The technology gets better. It'll get cheaper to drill. It'll get cheaper. Space travel will get cheaper. You go mine some asteroids. It'll, whatever. It'll get cheaper to create gold in a lab than it is now. Like all it takes is the technological. And now you got AI working on it 24/7. W gifts.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that might work for your personality type. I know people who would have just double stress if they were I mean, it's almost the same thing as just being in stables until you know which way the price is going and playing the breakout. But it makes you feel like you're doing something, right? Like you feel busy. Appreciate you, Jackie. I'll have to stack that dry powder. I like hedging different time framed positions. Right? Like hedging a long swing that's meant to be several days so that you don't have to end the trade early. That sort of thing makes sense. W Jules.
Shazam!
Are you gonna get some XRP?
I've got a number where I've got a number where it makes sense. I'm not there yet, but well, I should say I got a number where it makes sense to me. Only reason is because I'm already gonna be holding XLM. So for me to be interested, I would like to come down to
Yeah, I remember when they made that move there. Yeah.
right, all of this sort of accumulation and shit. I want to come down to the top of that 75, 80.
Man, it's crazy that it's all the way there. Look at that.
I mean, my question is this: what stops it from this point where we're at? Right, you've got a couple of wicks here.
You might as well finish. I mean, look at it.
Right, you got a couple of wicks there. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a trade here. Right? I'm just talking like for the end of the cycle. If this breaks this low, then yeah, that would be probably a nice long into a mean reversion. But look at the volume.
My God, what was the date on that green vector?
My birthday.
Straight up.
Mm-hmm. That was my birthday pump. Yeah, I was about to put on the VRVP right now for that same reason, because you just know that there's a massive gap there. You don't even have to.
Was that 50 cents right there before the move up?
Yeah, the main was like 50 cents.
Nah. I remember that.
My hope is that enough resistance, enough support was built up here. Right, where you can come down to those ranges.
Yeah,
And then from there, yeah, that's decent. That's a decent support level. At that point, it's an asymmetric bet, right? You're buying something that by every intents and purposes is undervalued. And this has traditionally been a very important level in XRP's history. You just get rid of the range completely. If you can get this move, right, and buy, again, not financial advice, but this is just fact. If you can buy XRP at 79 cents, then you're buying XRP at 2018 prices, 2019 prices, 2020 prices, 2021 prices, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. So decent spot, to say the least. I'm gonna have a version ready I'm gonna have a version ready soon.
They've been pretty quiet lately.
What has?
XRP.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do when you get the wind taken out of your sails like that?
I mean, I'm talking like legally and all that.
Well, yeah, but again, nobody. My argument was always when we were inside this range, right? And this was so frustrating about XRP for me is that whole army shit is cool, right? But like, bro, that made so many people just hold for way longer than they should have. Like this entire range right here. Look at what the rest of the market did during this same time. Right. So this bit right here is when I was just fighting with people in the Discord. Like that's how I guess I got the reputation for being a XRP hater. And it's not that I was an XRP hater, it's that everything is ripping. You know, and you're literally sitting at, like we said, 2018, 2019 prices. So my argument was always if the news comes out, we'll break resistance. If we break resistance, it takes me 5 seconds to buy. You know, this is a daily chart. Don't forget. So 15-minute chart. My bad, y'all. I know we got sidetracked here, but
What was its high?
you
Was
gonna
it
make
like
my candles disappear? What the hell? So everybody's like, well, we don't want to miss it, da da da. And it's even worse than that. I forgot how tight this damn range was. Right. You're gonna miss the pump and Brad Garlinghouse said this and that and blah blah blah. It's like, bro, I hear you, but it does not take long to get in a position. And if you don't think it's worth missing 5% on a position because you're jumping in on the news, but you made 75% by not sitting sideways for a year, you know what I mean? It's the opportunity loss that's the problem.
Yep. That's what I say all the time. Gotta think about that opportunity cost of having your money tied up.
It's the worst. Right, we're at that breakout, guys. Let's see if
We
we
have a
can
very
climb
short
back
window
above.
to make this turn here.
Unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, the most likely outcome is that we just go back to the top of this range and reject again. Keep chopping.
Yeah, very possible. There's this little hole right here.
Yeah, I hear you, Dangerous. For the longest time, just long in XRP at that 40 and taking profits at 60 or shorting 60 back down to 40, like that was really the play. I can't be upset at anybody trading that range because there was enough money there to be made. And you weren't really taking many trades, right? Those were like long swing trades.
Yeah, and it was very predictable.
Yeah. Yeah. It reminds me of how Chainlink was during the bear market.
Mm-hmm.
Chainlink. This thing. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If I could get you guys to just remember one pattern, just one, it would be this. For when it comes to bear markets and buying dips and finding what coins look good versus what doesn't. But that is a thing of beauty. Year plus long accumulation. For the most part, which is crazy, right? Never even swept the longs. I mean, never even swept the licks. Little sweep, right? But they didn't really like go for it. But this range was a thing of beauty. %70 at the highs, 62%, 60, let's say 50%. Right, so basically long in 5.3 and selling 5.8.
Right, we're about at our gate here. We're gonna push
Or
it
100.
through.
Hold on. 572 days. I mean, 527 days. The reason, and then it went crazy. The reason that was really frustrating was because Bitcoin bottomed way back here. So Bitcoin's already hit its bottom. You bought your favorite alt, and then you had to wait a year for it to break out. So I would like to see that happen again. Right? And I kind of feel like we might be seeing the start of it. First, this should provide plenty of support. Like we said, it's almost 2 years of accumulation. The VPVR has got to be stupid thick right there. Yeah, and we're sitting on it. So I don't know. Is it enough support to hold it if Bitcoin takes another leg down? Is a different question. But it is starting to feel like a bit of a range forming down here. It's just where it's forming that's interesting to me. Anything with a 5 in front of it, I'm going absolutely stupid on Chainlink. I think the only way I'll buy it early is if it drops down to like mid 6s or 5s. If not, probably I'm just going to sit in Bitcoin until Chainlink BTC chart breaks out, and then I'll buy some Link at that point. Remember, we have this fib. See how high that type 2 could go. And we still haven't invalidated. Our M pattern here. Rejection off of 6.5 just widens it. What's good, Joe? I'm going to reset the stream real quick. We'll be right back.